Yo, yo, how's everyone going? Welcome to the stream. It's Friday, or it's almost the end of Friday for me. But I hope you all had a lovely week as we round up towards the last week before Christmas. The last week before Christmas. And I haven't decided what we're going to do Christmas night. I want to do something nice. I want to do something fun. So maybe we will look at the new Phasmo update, maybe. But welcome in Kaz, Redfish, Zabby, Flink, Kakashi, and Penicillio. Maybe we'll look at any Christmas movies. There's only one Christmas movie I know, Die Hard. And if you don't believe it's a Christmas movie, then I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Nah, it's probably not a weekend that I could... I'm gonna stream on the Christmas Eve. I just don't know what I want to do for it. I'm hoping that will be finished the story by next week, depending on how hard we go. Since we are probably bordering 87 quest line, so we're nearing it. My hard try hard too. No, it's not gonna happen. Not this year. Not this year. I don't know when I'm gonna host it. You guys are free to host it. I always tell you guys, you are free to host any movies in the Discord if you want. But I think what we'll do on Christmas Eve night is we'll play some Phasmophobia. Maybe. Maybe. But otherwise, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Waste no time. Let's get some quests done. In another world with my axe. I still love this place so fucking much. I haven't even logged in since I logged off last night. I just beat Endwalker and it was great. Gonna be, well, I think we thought that when Shadowbringers came out, and I mean, from what I've heard, it's done pretty damn good for itself. So, and with this being the end of the storyline, it's possible that the next expansion may be a slow start because they'll be setting up a new story. Perhaps. This is a new species of Petalude we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora and fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have entered there. I wonder, I get this feeling we're gonna have a dungeon in this place, but it makes me wonder, are we gonna have Hermes, Emmett Silk, and Hyphloberius be our, like, trust? Because that'd be fucking sweet. Just a guess. Probably more of a dream, I guess. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a dungeon. I don't think there's even a dungeon icon on the map. A dream? Dude, all three characters, like even Fandaniel is becoming a pretty damn good character. There's a lot more to him. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report says. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating balance of elements, it keeps the isles airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe there is a dungeon here then. I always thought they were available until you, even when you couldn't see. In the course of this operation, It often sees an eternal shift towards a great given element. Right now, the element is lightning, which draws the humor here to replenish their aether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her steed and feed the humor? By using lightning converger, you can harness an ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. And was I meant to use it on that or... Okay, maybe I was... Maybe I was. Perfectly done, Himiko. Look. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it soulless, arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an inferior life form such as the Petiluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon an arcane entity? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the pure of the architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlobaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you've finished already. I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They miss nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. You feel like Hammy sees something I don't? Dude, Hammy is... Like, to think this guy is basically Fan Daniel. Or at least, old Fan Daniel. Because the other one is, yeah, Amon. Cubo.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Yeah, it's the flowers.
place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
I figured she was like the flowers.
Product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
I figured as much because she felt the
And no ordinary
emotions.
but the first possessed of free will.
Wait, a form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Netion?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelecchies.
Maybe. Sure, I don't see why I couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Silk didn't do... I kind of want to press that one, but I kind of... Hey, Velvet, how you going?
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Oh, Emmett.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Yeah, I got here last night, Velvet. I fucking love this place. Love this place. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there is none among the 14 who specialize in celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share this tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you have forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. But I want to know. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelus to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis, I fucking hate them. That is what we shall tend to next. You would follow me, my friend. We shall return to the main isles and head north. Okay. Of all the mounts that I had to get, let's fucking Namazu mount. Venus tree. Oh, these guys. You heard exactly what I said. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Charybdis. Cherries. Yes, that's right. As you know, the cherry, I'm just fucking calling cherries, man, is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimen created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. The third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic organ reasserted itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest, so few generations, I hear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creature and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the cherry would be indeed struggling to manipulate wind. Yup, it's too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course you don't. Of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, it allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, and uncouth and unseemly as running about roadless, shameful. Hey, Lazy, how you going? Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them. Do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Silk, may I trouble you to move that chariot away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So, have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Hey, Red. Hey, baby Grover, how you going? Requested your help. Oh yeah, that's what the thing says when it pops up. Emma Silk is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. The plan, not plane. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emma Silk train the Chari. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it'd also be for his own sake. With that settled, let us begin at once. Himiko, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Hey, Arko, how you going? Welcome as well. But how is everyone too? Off you go now, and good luck. Oh, fuck, he went all the way over there. Jeez. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? All right, I need to say. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlobaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlobaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so.
Charybdis. Not how I would have ever pronounced it. Hythlobaeus, yeah.
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emetselk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
God damn it.
Please, Emetselk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Thank you, Arko.
I will aid evade it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
A common fan theory. That's just fucking fans wanting that to be the case. That isn't fan theory. That's just fucking... That's like, what's it called?
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
Yeah, that's
Truth be told,
fanfic.
he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was. On the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one, far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
No worries,
Oh, how
Aka.
surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything
Why the fuck is he
remarkable
so
for
damn
anyone.
pretty?
Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah yes, I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
That's a pet, yeah. Charybdis. Alright. Oh wait, did I target him? No, I just wave. Imagine from his Rari, Emmett's Hog notices you and begins to descend with his Caribus. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Caribdus has learned fly. And Himiko and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that's what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simply to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to the Enignosis. Ignorasis. Okay. Is that a mount? No, that's actually an enemy. I thought I saw someone on it. Don't suppose anyone's heard from Elsie's, by the way. The internet must be playing up. Quite a bit. Snow's probably like hit. If it's just his internet. Yeah. I dare say it's a snow, but I hope that's all it is. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Hell no. Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. You're in Little Belmont, aka Mateus. Tell me, Himiko, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Nothing so far, but I'm hopeful that will change. Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it yet. Dynamis. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hammies, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lachion, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry? Or perhaps provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lachion that is to blame, the innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doris will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Hey Eve, how you going? Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. 12 Wonders, huh? Just woke up, so sleepy. Morning to you. Hopefully you got some good rest. Hammies, wait. If this was part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. So sad that the Arceans are more likable than half the Eorzea. At least in this form of world. They were a little more obnoxious in their sundered forms. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Alakion was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Sulk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lachion did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. Oh, go ahead. Please follow with Himiko. Come, come. It's down the path over the bridge. Okay, we're about to go to a place with the aether thing. Oh yeah, I gotta get aether currents here too. That's gonna be fun. I haven't seen a single one without like using the compass. You're gonna go to sleep earlier tonight. I need to fix sleep. Oh, thank you for streaming. No worries, Flink. Have a wonderful rest. Take care of yourself, and I will see you hopefully in the next day or two. Or next, it won't be next day unless you join us on movies, but I'll see you in maybe next stream. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doris. Let's look for Doris too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him. Okay, Mattion is coming with us. But I'm going to get the Aether card. Okay. When I had a woman, dark haired man. I guess I have to talk to these guys. If you're with Mattion, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doris. I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us so far. I hope you find him soon. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. No, not Doris. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. I guess I don't need to talk to all these guys. Blonde haired man. This might be him. There's a few people over near him too. Doris, that's Doris. Well now, if it isn't Mattion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard a familiar voice. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doris. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lachions, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't, return them to Thesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. I've heard the news that Alakion slaughtered Archaeopates. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they're not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength make for a highly problematic combination. It is a matter not where they are released. Lachiones would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashtar may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I have kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memory is an intrusive act I deeply abhor. but it is still preferable to execution. Fumble, thank you for the host, by the way. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of our the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed detrimental existence, we unmake it. This all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant, though their invaluable individual lives may be to all creation, it is all Alikinds, whatever, have. Before we seal their fate, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show me to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. And that's what Hermes once told me. I fear this discussion may take a while, during that which time... Matian, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Himiko. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Matian in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Himiko? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel, and what to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Okay. Purple. Vibrant purple flowers, bigger than your hands, adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermie said. Okay, I guess he doesn't like purple. Wait, why are we looking at this tree? There's nothing on the tree. Tall slender tree rises for you. You crane your neck to look at the flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could cover them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander too far. blue. An array of beautiful flowers grew in the bed, their mixed colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. And other place, in any other place, should be fine. Let's keep looking. Oh no, I'm touching the flowers. What will we ever do? Familiar plant. Oh no, it's one of these fucking things. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in this undulation. Oh, a canyon. A cardion, should I say. A flower that can move. While Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seed at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Himiko, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses and some tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah, over there, Himiko. Something big. Huge. Hmm? That thing? No. Oh, no, no, don't touch that thing. That thing's a piece of shit. A terrible stench, reminiscent of sodden old boots, pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morgul-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around the mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its neck, its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Himiko? Would he like it? I'd rather not go near that thing. So not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Himiko, but could we switch a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. There's nothing. A shiny thing over there. What could it be? It's one of these. Elpis. Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelecchies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Tim, thank you for the host, by the way. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I'm good, thank you. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something that you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you. I want you to make the file dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't here there alone. That others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Himiko. Thank you. It means more than to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Are we taking the flowers or are you bringing him to the flowers? Guess we're bringing him to the flowers. It seems like they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company.
That's fine. We just wandered around and looking at
Players have
flowers.
already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Oh, he's taking his mask off for once.
May we talk a moment?
Porcupine.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is. but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method.
Yeah, it's crazy to think. So, obviously, they want him to take up the mantle of Fandaniel. This is a guy that doesn't want to destroy any creations so far. And then you think about, like, all the other Asians, how they want to rejoin and they don't care if, you know, the people die and just to get the people back that was sacrificed. Like, it's crazy to think the difference.
Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration?
Yeah. It's so sad because when you think about it, if Hermes had taken up the mantle of Fandaniel and that was how he was, he would probably be much on our side.
Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Elpis, or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed, difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens, know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. it would not do for both of us to be
Still
sleep
daylight
deprived
out
on
though.
the morrow.
We're good.
Come, Meteion. Let's head back.
All right.
All right. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Salk and Hythlobaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of Lachions. They're so cute. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no faults in his judgment. The Lachians would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild. And they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlobaeus has pledged to support me in the endeavor. Hey Mithra, how you going? Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existence of Lachians have served their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will be joining him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. Oh. Assuming that would be that part there. Wait, there's an aether current. It's actually the first one I've seen just without even using the compass. Only like another heap to go. Yeah, I got 3 areas done out. I still got 3 left. Wait, they're already dead. Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound and with ethereal shackles. They became frenzied even more so than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. Who have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Himiko handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Etienne, you ought to stay here with Doris. But, Hermes... The Lycios will be reverted. It would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you intend on helping, then please follow my lead. There it is. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycos attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Fear not. By my measures, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unaware. Ready? Let us begin. Kill the orbs. Absolutely destroyed that one. Hey, Cotton, how you going? Am I me just hacking a literal? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. How you going today, by the way? Wanna throw more at me? Fight me. Uh. Oh.
Now,
Okay, okay, except for the whole sleepiness thing that winter brings. I love winter.
forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own.
Well, we had to
Live
put the
again,
doggos down because they were
if that be your desire.
bitey.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Hmm. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there is anywhere you'd like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist. Then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Himiko? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards the Anagnorisis. He's getting too attached to these beasts. Can you blame him though? You gotta remember, this is his job. These creatures, and all that. Hey, Aisha, how you going? Reached level 89 dungeon? No, I haven't even reached the 87 dungeon yet. I should be an 81, 83, 85, 87, 89 dungeon, and then 90. It's usually how it goes for every expansion. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notaneos. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? We're up to 87 quests already. I'm not sure where I'm going to end up with, but here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us to Calamelius Zephyrus, the Western Isles. That is right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we shall soon admire the view from above. Ooh.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
Fucking Spriggans.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Shark.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Hey, who the fuck was that? Wait. Titleist.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
I don't think that was a sword. That was a dragoon.
We should meet you
Spear.
here.
Venat. Wait, she's from Radiant's Island, though.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well,
Was it a sword?
not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Oh shit.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Uh-oh.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
It sounds rather like the Blessing of Light. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Oh, if only you knew.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
When do we get her hair? Oh, wait. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has asked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Arias, which made off with it. Oh, we saw that. An Arias, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow the ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us to the Arias. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped the stash away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down that thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There is a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Probably never. No, they're gonna give us that. Probably never. Yeah, you're right. Wishful thinking. Dude, those things are fucking crazy big. Okay, so it's not on this level. There. Kind of just want to swallow over here real quick. I gotta get the aether currents in this map at some point. That way I can fly here. Hey Passel, how you going? Welcome in. Aether current. We'll grab the aetherite skill. Nah, I don't want to cheese it. I like exploring the map. It's nice. That's how I enjoyed, like, it was so fun going through Garlemald looking for the aetherites because I got to explore the map and actually have a look around. Our last searches return, or searcher returns. I'm afraid that Orias no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Thanks, Tassel. The crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet, I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elphys. In fact, many times has my presence been requested. My opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so you can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. What do I think? I love it. This place is my favorite. Fuck off, Nemesis. No one likes you. Um, yeah, no, this is my favorite zone in the entire expansion now. In the entire game. Ever. Unless Zone 6 somehow manages to pluck that away, I doubt it. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on the tea. Some tea. Well, Labyrinthus is okay, but it's no Elpis. Is this gonna be voiced? I feel like it is.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
I thought the moon was gonna be the final zone
To
too.
offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
A calamity called the final days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. Calamity called the final days has befallen our world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
So 1.0 happened and they just fucking blew it up. And here we are, by the way. Hey Muffin, how you going? Company action, thank you. Thank you. Get off my screen.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
Is it though, Emmett?
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidlin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those
Fluffy, thank you for the
who
follow.
give
Welcome to the
themselves
stream.
zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
It
Worse
happened.
still, I even invited you
Oh,
there.
thank you,
Literally
Fluffy.
invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
But you did. Well, I mean, you didn't forsake your brethren. You wanted to bring him back.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Damn.
Emmett Selk, wait!
He not happy.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis. Dynamis is the key to all this. Hermes and Metion are somehow involved. Still trying to make sense of Dynamis. It has to be something to do with Dynamis.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes
Hey,
researched
Mirai.
the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Dynamis? Yeah, thine must love these knots. What? Because he does actually give up at the end?
If Emmett Self
maybe.
is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigation then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more about Hermes and Metion. And I have a good idea. Sorry, I thought something was on my foot for a second. I freaked out. If it was, it's not that. Okay, whatever. We must meet Pudding Way? No. Fuck Pudding Way. Fuck the fucking Lopperets. I don't have a fun fuss. Don't risk it. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Just give me a moment. What the fuck did I miss? Anyway. Anyway, the way brothers and sisters join me in the... God damn it. Axel, how many fucking wheels do you have? Holy shit. Thus I suggest we fall back. Yeah, okay, I read this. I think I was halfway through it before, like, whatever it was on my foot. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Metion, and I have a good idea where to might begin. Lost your leaflets up. Not enough. Okay. Oh, they're being put back on. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change. Much more comfortable. I always find it weird. Am I the only person that sits with my legs crossed at a computer chair? Hopping emote? No? I'm glad I'm not the only one then. I always found it strange. Okay. I sit like a mouse. I do too. I don't know. I've always found myself like doing that. I don't know. It's a kind of comfortable way to sit. see you are the woman standing in. I see you, the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismen. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Mithril, thank you for the host as well, by the way. Okay. Talk to Ismen. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh, okay. Alright, this is gonna be a long one, apparently. Greetings, Ismen. Oh, I don't want that to auto. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you can indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vanat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of light. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Matthion been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Matthion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply that. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to that detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course, sir. Here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us about Metion? That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Himiko. I think we might have taken enough of Isman's time. Wait, that wasn't as long as they made it sound. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Isman mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more incapable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking to this Timaeus. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Jump. There's a whole area I can't actually get to. Yes, I am Timaeus. Tomatoes. But please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Okay, yep. Begin asking questions. Yuck potatoes? Potatoes aren't yuck. So, what it is you wish to ask me about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of new imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteons as a concept, I've never delved too deep into the inner workings of her true nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise— oh fuck, I missed that. If Chief Hermes would choose to— wait. No, I didn't. Maybe I didn't. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities is a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes would choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation would be before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Alpus which exhibited properties of one of the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence of interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Did I fail that? No, apparently I didn't. Okay. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Isman mentioned. So, have you any new findings, Sean? Tomatoes. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness for Dynamis. My question resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. which leads me to believe that the only person with the significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusion. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depths, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Metion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey between star in search of intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripete Crystalline. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. Da-da-da-da-da. Froggo. It's probably a eighth right up there. If I can go in here. Oh, not eighth right, eighth current. Nope, can't go in there. No eighth current. Or maybe there's one up there. Who knows? I'm just guessing at this point. I could use my compass, but I'm just holding off that for now. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripete Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magical interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those archivists have to show. If you could find someone to speak with over the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Okay. I shall head there in my Magitech armor. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data on for our official records. Now, what was it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? And by that, I assume you mean Metion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hami's side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night. She caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon Heavensward close to them. For several days, she would speak of the scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanan, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hami's research. Would you favor me a retelling of this tale? A sight which so delighted your Galeen? Nah, he's banned, Muffin. Of course. Or you could hear it from the lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseus Thalassy. Yeah, he's banned. She does enjoy her time then, watching the sea creature hunt and play, gazing upon the salty water of the world's oceans recreated in sublime detail. You know, after you left and that, I decided I don't want to have to deal with him, so I banned him. Imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Miss Fanat. Literally, I spent probably 2 hours having to deal with him yesterday. It was fun to like tease and stuff like that, but I personally don't have fucking time to be bothering with people like that. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we proposed for the wisdom you accumulated while during your travels with Azazim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as a basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Lucky yeah, but Muffin, you don't sort of come here and purposely try to be a piece of shit. That, like, he only came here to purposely be a piece of shit so he could get his attention. He literally wanted to be banned, and I was not going to give it to him. Yeah, you missed a troll yesterday. We fucking toyed with him for like a few hours. Man is a creature contemplating, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive or worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Yeah, Joe. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the skyward and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. I have opened the pathway to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper level tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you'll find yourself in the entrance of Metaposeus Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Vanat, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the way, on the upper skyway. Jesus, okay. Mistress Vanat, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Ah, yes, Galeen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Looks pretty good.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
It's not like this. As beautiful as ever. Some parts, yes, others not so much. It's more beautiful here. Some parts, yes, others not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
So how's your Christmas shopping going? Done. Our closest thing we got is floating islands is Azisla. Azisla is fucking ugly.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. not more than that. I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I'm telling her about how I kicked Emmett's ass. That's why she laughed.
Incredible.
You see? Incredible.
Would that I could have been there to see it.
Exactly. She wanted to watch me kick Emmett's ass.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will...
Oh, fuck. I clicked again. I need to stop doing that.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now.
So, how many people are on like Reddit and that right
Freed
now?
from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new.
How many? Yeah.
So beautiful.
How many people on Reddit right now being like, "Oh, when can I make a when can I make an ASEAN human?" Like, it's just tall human. Just tall here. But there'll be someone out there like, I want to play as ASEAN.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
No ASEANs before Garlean? Dude, Garleans are never going to happen because Garleans don't have magic, and that would break the whole fucking way of how, like, the gameplay is. Hey, Spanky, how you going? Never. Bonk's gone for good.
And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
I told you Bonk would be gone. Bonk only came back for the event.
They are my meaning and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
So waiting for them to implement Muffin Folk. Wonder why Bonk got removed. It can't have been just spammed at all.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Dude, if lovers become a fucking race, I quit.
For our future.
I want those little fucking shits in this game.
And tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Because if they give us slopper, it's because people will be like, oh, they gave us sloppers, now give us Nemazu. It's a fucking wormhole I don't want to go down.
Pray forgive my lateness.
There won't. I think female Hroska will be the last thing, and then maybe it'll be 3 expansions before we even see another race.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
I know someone who would 100% play Final Fantasy if Leopards became a playable race. Leopards are in the fucking game. It's called Viera, and if you don't like it, then fucking mod it. I don't know. Just don't complain when you don't get your fucking Leopards. That's what I would tell him anyway. But Leopards don't need to be a fucking race.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
It's not hatred for the short races. I don't have a problem with fucking Lullafell. What I have a problem with is fucking shitty Namazu, which are fucking trash-ass little pricks that need to be fucking trash canned or yeeted off the fucking side of a fucking cliff. Like maybe punted off fucking Azizla. That would be nice. And then Loppers that are fucking scheming little shits.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did.
The only good thing Lise did was kick Namazu. Yeah, fuck yeah. Should have fucking thrown it in the water too. Or waited to live. Guess you should have found a fucking local fire and throw it in. Coping Way and Seething Way will have a word with you. Or maybe Coping Way should get some fucking copium. Inject it right in his fucking ass crack.
'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Perhaps he is.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Just realized your eye color and Vinad's are quite similar. It's a nice blue. Hers is way more bright though, I think. Mine's more green-ish. Like a emeraldy. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we have learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Oh, okay. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter, the more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth a Meteor. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from the isles she could see from the edge. If we stand in the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isles in question. Let us take a look, shall we? A weapon. Yes, pretty much got all the left side gear for 86. Hmm. Why is... Let us see. Giant koal deer things. Might be that island. Now, if I was conducting some mystery research, where would I go? That aisle? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite the distance away. I haven't got all the ether currents yet. Inconvenient, but hardly insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. A space doggo. Friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Himiko here over to that aisle? Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. The dog looks like a midfielder. Hey vampire, how you going by the way? What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before you mean, meaning my after. Not at all confusing that. Interesting. Just not unthinkable. But speaking of here now, a quick solution for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You want to fight me? Alright. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. On your lunch break? Admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapon. I will await you and the clearing over yonder. I'm gonna fucking destroy Vanat. Time to kick Vanat's ass. Ate the current. Oh, Vanat, you better be ready. I'm going to kick your ass. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Bitch, please. I don't need you to go easy on me. Wait, what? One or more of your client settings files, which include your hotbar setting, failed to say... What? Okay.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh, that did so much damage. Look at me. I'm just going to heal that.
My blade sings.
Your blade doesn't sing shit. My axe sings with the blood of the dead.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Just changed to a dancer.
No quarter. Have a taste.
Fuck. Oh. I didn't think that was gonna take that long.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Yeah, sir. What did you change into now? White mage? Really? Okay. I'm assuming... Oh, I could have stayed where I was. Fuck.
Prepare yourself.
Gotta change class. It's not working for you anymore.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Bitch, I haven't got my final skill yet. Yeah, you just being plain rude. She changed her dragoon this time? No, she's back to sword and shield.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
I fucking destroyed your whatever these things are. Oh shit, there's too many of them. Okay. Damn it. I wasn't seeing how fast they were going. I should have went for them first. It's fine. She's still gonna hit like an absolute bitch anyway. Yeah, fucked. What are you gonna do now? Huh?
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Have you got a better solution than that? Because that's not gonna do much to me. Well, certainly do.
Are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
No, I haven't beaten your ass yet. Don't fuck off. Hmm. That's been alive forever and only got 3 jobs to 90 at that time. I know, right?
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Damn right you did.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
See, if Emmett Cell kind of fought me, I would have showed him that he's my bitch too.
It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you.
He's afraid of me because I fucking pummeled you.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argus will soon have us standing on the very spot where the meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intention. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us smooth ride over to the Isles. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I forgot I had this mountain. Argus motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yes, take me away. Fly me to the moon. That's where you belong, Argus, on the moon. There's still like islands far over there I haven't been able to get to. With water on them. What was the name of that tree? No, something. Notophorion. Yeah, okay. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Quite a name, more so, but okay. You guys gotta stop making these fucking names up. Can we make some chalky milk? Who wants a glass? Chalky milk. Chalky milk. By the way, Kaz, how's it feel to be on holidays, by the way? I'll take one. Hey, Ixios. Ixios. How you going?
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
Honestly, did fuck all today. I'm not surprised after you were on, like, so late last night.
But we may yet try perusing the past. Have you?
Oh, fuck.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
What are you even at?
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
I fell asleep hard last night. I opened stream on my tablet and then woke up sometime after you raided off.
The
Nice.
second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
108 cycles.
Did you hear
Is that
Hernandez?
days?
All is well.
Or is that like years?
Yes. Good tidings at long last.
I hope it's days because that's a long time.
Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
One or more client setting files. Dude, why am I getting this error?
Your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
I've only just recently started getting it today. That's like the second time I've seen it now.
Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception.
Completely unlike the others.
How?
I have no idea.
Praetorian for XE? Oh, you mean YouTube time dungeon?
Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence.
just to remind people, Hermes VA is the same VA for Kirito in the JP servers, but no one likes Kirito. Kirito is fucking shit character. The voice actor plays better characters than fucking Kirito.
Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
He played the Demon King in Sleepy Princess in Demon's Castle. Already a 10 times better fucking character.
Meteor, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Are you talking about Sleepy Princess in Demon's Castle? It's a fucking amazing anime. Definitely watch it. It's hilarious. We watched it when it first came out.
Covered in syrup.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps...
I recommend it to anyone that is worried, like is curious about it.
Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet I couldn't say just by this moment alone. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Hey, Dutchie, how you going?
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. Anywhere. But we could do worse than to look for in Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in fucking Ethicaleticus Boreas, the northern island. I wonder, Himiko, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Catesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magical construct environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poitin Oikos. Oikos. Oink oink. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I've got 4 Aetherite quests now. Aether current quests, which is good. Means that I'm about to approach the final Aetherite, Aether current quest. Ointus oink. Ointus, oinkus oink oink. I don't know. Fucking, I don't know who comes up with these names, but holy shit. I'm job a complete replacement of the gym. I never have gained muscle so quickly. Big and strong now. You're a hunt, aren't you? No, you're not a hunt. Never mind. I think what I'm gonna do is do a class to do some fates and all the quests in a zone. And I think I should be able to easily hit 90 just by doing all that, I think. Hey, Hermes, how you going? Welcome. It's one of the Halloween ones. It appears to be the teleporter Vinat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Oiton is maker in Greek, and oikos is a family home. You can eat. Yeah, I haven't touched any of the side quests, but what I'm saying is that when I do another class, I'm going to do that. That's what I meant by that. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. I really need to spend mine before I do any more shared fates, because I'm almost at cap and I don't want to waste them. I'm a strong boy with brains. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Velvet, is I want to clear out all the quests. That's why I'm talking about doing that, like I was. Aether current. So basically, can you fuck? You know what? You've asked for it. Punch it in the face. Get fucking wrecked. But the whole point was 2 birds, 1 stone. It's not anything other than getting the area cleaned of quests and doing fates as an extra bit of XP. So that way I can clean each area of their quests as well as hit some fates. Eventually I will do the shared fates all the way up, but yeah. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask Hermes' whereabouts. Someone just open the door? Hermes is at another facility, as we just discovered. The princess is not in this castle, at another place. Oh. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, are entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with have appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear the tales of stolen research. Which means if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or saith the illustrious Emmett Silk. Tsundere. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and final days, but we're never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlobaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? He believes us now. Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, or that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see? So the mount from the bicolored gems, people are selling it for 50 to 75 mil. Oh, it might be worth doing in that sense. And just farming my way up. It's going to be a long road though. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It's time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Silk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous, how personally offensive I may find it. Or he wants to be your friend. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next hour's over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of observational duty, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Eurus. From the device at the bottom of the slope. Okay. I don't think I can get that just yet. Unfortunately. I need flying here. There's that error again. Fancy Rhino. I'll worry about it at some other point. I'll get the tickets. I'll start collecting them, but I think it's going to be one of those long-term things. Which I'm fine with, a long-term, like, thing to grind up. You know? They are close by, within the Hungarian Gardens. That would be in the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Himiko, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him to Van Daniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Himiko can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vanat, after all. Off you go, find Hermes, and do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Then me and Coach, I'll beat them all up. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. That is... Oh, hi. You want to fight? Alright, bring it, motherfucker. Look at you getting fucking wrecked. Last breath? Oh no, it's like a mini marble. I can fly. I got Amy and not Midori. Rip. Amy's so useless. Midori and fucking Momoy. I'm so glad I got them both because they're absolutely like fucking awesome. Especially for the current raid. Hey, Artichu, how you going? I got my Iari to 5-star now. Alright, these things want to keep fighting me. I'm happy to destroy them. Did I buy the airlifts? Yeah. I had enough. I did 10 pulls for what's a face, and I didn't get it for the last banner. So I went ahead and did 10 pulls for Midori and Momoy, and I got Midori on pull 8, I believe. This isn't odd. Yumi, you right over here? Yeah, I didn't get Izuna. Which I'm fine with. But that sad peasant, that's Vampire Zero. Are those tentacles? Dude, the whole thing's like a fucking big monstrosity of fucking tentacles. Am I supposed to be looking for someone here, or is it just gonna keep spawning enemies till I kill a certain amount of them? I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, there. Miko, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlobaeus and Emmett Silk company. An important matter? And unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Alright, off I go then. Ain't no dungeon yet on my map, so maybe I'm wrong about a dungeon being here, but there's still an area somewhere. It's possible there's still a dungeon here. You spoke with Hermes then, and were briefly entangled with some denizens of the Hungering Garden as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk, who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it would it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. But it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Hammy said he would not be long, yes? Then we should have to wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief.
Don't be such a sundry, Emmett.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
Hey, Beanie, hang on. Can we adopt her? Why am I adopting? No fucking kids.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the
It's okay,
calamities
Zodiac.
affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
I love how Emmett's getting into this, but he's like still like, it's a fucking ridiculous. Can they all just come back to the world of ours and help us?
The currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether.
I like them
encasing
all.
it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh?
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt.
What the fuck?
This is wrong. All wrong.
Wait, what the fuck?
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Aye, aye.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Detective Emmett Silk and his assistant, Imika. Let's see. Suspicious disturbance. You calm your mind. Your sense questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, no, Hermes, mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. This music's the shit's fucking going down music. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Typhlobaeus? Hey on, Breaks. Hey go. You strain. Okay, so she's not here either. Shit. Like right on the cusp of that. Oh, there's one. Greetings and salutations. The fuck? Commencing report. No. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Tian's anguished voice fades as she sense her climbing atop the ridge. He's running away. We can cure it with our axe. Didn't you know that warrior was now a healer class? I'm here to chew ass and kick bubblegum. What the fuck is that? Late night ravioli snack. Fuck, it's another one of these things. Make me fight you. I'll demolish you if I have to. Okay, so she's not here. This one down there it is. Okay, she's not here either. Could be over near this tree. How did you come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Just to the south, okay. Hmm. Oh, and one. I doubt it's this one. Seems to be leading us over this way. Okay, not that one. There's a pod there. An enemy. And enemy pot things. Damn it. She's not here either. Oh, probably this one. Hey, we're near the water. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Himiko, you mustn't listen. Stop fucking teleporting. It's wrong. It's all wrong. This is kind of frustrating. Just tell me what's fucking wrong. Stop fucking running off. Any sign of Mattion? Yeah, she's fucking running. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movement. Hermes, what did you make of this situation? The Matia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them to across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Matia's case, that means speaking to an incarnation within physical reach. Unless we track down Metion, we just lost. We have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide direction or guidance. No idea, Velvet. No idea. I assume they're still working on it. Then we must best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. They only announced that this year, so you know, it'll take time. Oh, my dear Methion, what did you witness out there to frighten you so? Are you sure? It was announced in June 2019. Most likely as Redfish said, COVID. Oh, my dear Methion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep us from us? How terrible could it possibly be? It'd be wild ending. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Methion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density of that of her surrounding, does she not? If so, could we not disrupt her concealment with surfeit of ether? Much how Emmett solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me, which is why we must all work together. Okay, we'll continue your search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Metion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with the swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she is made visible, it should provide or prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Himiko and Emmett will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Metion's avenues of escape. Emmett, Selk, and I will keep an eye on each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems like we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we last saw Metion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. We got our own personal Emmett to follow us. Yay. The second season of The Witcher actually comes out to, or it's out now, which is cool. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Metion's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way? We try another route then. You calm your mind. Yeah, okay. This is a prelude to the Xenos tag-along quest. Never happening. Not in my lifetime. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes. I'll have to hide then. When no one can find me. Yeah, okay. She went into the lake as if she wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Wait, have we really got a stop and chat thing here for Emmett? Tell me about the lake. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final day or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to the remora. Come, Emmett, let's go. I was so disappointed when it didn't trigger a full stop with him complaining. Pretty much every player is like, yeah, fucking not here. I'm not here, please. Detective Emmett. Hit her. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Metion. Miko, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Zoe, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the midst. I love how everyone like last expansion was like Emmett's amazing. I love Emmett, and then Emmett's like, don't do this. I swear to God, and everyone's like, fucking throw Emmett in the water. Let's do it. Get wrecked, Emmett. Above us. Shit. You want to fucking fight? All right. Don't say I didn't warn you, jellyfish. There, I see her. Dude, stop this shit. Come on, Emmett. Don't be Sunday. Follow. Now you're just being difficult. How is it that you can follow me when I'm running at fast speed, but you can't follow me when I'm mounted? Oh, ouch. That sucks. I did that with another quest, actually. I can't remember which one it was, so...
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Hey, Virtue. Hey, Gwen. Congrats on 86 Sage. Look at them rolling out like villains.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I think it might have been Graha. Oh, no, no, no. It was the twins when I fucking teleported in Charlayan.
Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star.
Oh my god, imagine being a bot and getting fucking rammed by a fucking another bot. Yeah, you can just instantly have a fucking ban to while you're at it. Damn, that's hilarious. Oh, I wish I had turned that on so much sooner. Hey, Matsu, how you going?
Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across Star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities, recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Jesus, okay.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Okay.
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain.
Oh, Hermes.
Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you. and I will hold myself to them.
Wait, what the fuck?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Every 4 weeks he had to change a diaper? Jesus, how many diapers was he changing in that time? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers sow the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast your curse question the distant stars, you may have one day learned. Be at peace upon this one. This is going to be the dungeon. Hermes was heading to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimension of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the utmost point of the facility. Nakato, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meiteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vanat, Himiko. How you going, Nakato? It's clear we stand on the precipice, but we have to yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. Wait, I need to go over here. That is probably the worst mount to have right now. What are we here? What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mr. Shanat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded when Catesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictates that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. These scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capability. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premise regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeeblement spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you'll put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weakness, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill the gaps as required. I was once Azim, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmet Selk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in protective manner if you choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Himiko, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Metion, and then we will face the future together. Jesus Hyperborea. Heck yeah, here we are. 87 dungeon, baby. Oh, look, everyone's here. What the heck? Hang on, I just want to see what classes they gave us. Solstier, the third seat, all-rounder. Okay, so these two can do anything, but he has to be... He's a fucking bard. Why? Why? He's a fucking bard, man. Ethlobeus is a bard. Bunny thighs. I don't think there's any bunny thighs here, though. Look at all these fucking people here. Okay, so who's coming with me? Who's coming? Who's coming? Oh yeah, I probably should, not trusting it? I can do it any other time, now that they've brought out scenarios. I will, however, get these pieces of gear that I can use. Okay, so we got Kaz and Rad. I guess we got a spot for our DPS. Seiji, you coming, or I can literally... Okay. Alright, let's just take who's here. Let's take who's here. and fucking accept. Fucking accept. Fucking accept. 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 It's fun dungeon. Let me make sure I jump into voice so they can hear my struggles. Wait, what the fuck? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Hmm.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Okay.
Nope, I'm muting your stream because I don't want to hear myself. No thanks.
Oh, okay.
Let me get back into gear.
Oh, fuck yeah. Look at this. Mr. Snufflebutt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Phil?
I actually quite like the level 89, 90 dancer gear.
I need, damn it.
What?
Why aren't you in your robes?
Why not decent? Sky Blue Star, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Cost Glamour.
Because I don't have it in my glamour chest yet, Seiji.
Is it in your inventory?
I guess we're taking
this. Yeah, it's
this.
in my inventory, but I'm not going in with the...
Okay.
Well, yeah, but you can manually claim over it.
But if it's in his... If it's in his chest, he can't do it.
No, he said it's not in his chest. It's in his inventory.
No, it's in my armory chest. I consider that my inventory.
Wait. Yeah, that's... Wait, what? You can glamour anything that you're carrying.
Not here.
Yeah, you can.
Kaz, here.
Do it the old way.
Here.
The pre-glamour chest way.
Basically, you right-click on the armor and cast glamour.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. This is how we used to do glamour.
Before I didn't glamour that robe at any point in the zone. Why?
But you...
Sky Blue, how you going today, by the way?
You don't have to. It doesn't make you. But
you should.
You're just not in the spirit of the zone at that point. Although my friend did come up with a story reason, which was to piss off Elmet as much as she possibly could.
I mean,
alright,
I can.
we're good.
Very much prefer the AF gear.
Too bad. You have to be in.
Too bad.
Everyone else did it.
Have to be in style.
This is the society of the cloak.
I mean, you went even further, Red.
Oh yeah, I dyed my white at one point.
Wait, you can dye it?
Yes, you can dye it.
Hey, I remember this from the trailer, and I couldn't figure out where the fuck it was gonna be. I guess this answers a lot.
If you dye it white, it looks like a nightgown. So I don't.
It looks like what Red's wearing.
This place was like in the screenshots, and I was like, "Fuck, where is this at?" Like, I could not figure out where it was gonna be. I thought it was maybe partially Charlene, but not. Okay.
No, it's in Elpis.
Yeah, wasn't ever gonna expect that.
I like the music to this sound. It's not bad.
Actually, I don't think I've read a lot of this.
Have you ever wondered whether your creation is of beneficial existence to the star? Want to know more? For Catesis Hyperborean, our mission is to determine the answer from temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields. We put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover in Creation Survivor.
Just like look at.
I mean, kind of what that is.
There's nothing off to the other side. Because technically there's the both sets of stairs down.
Boom. I actually haven't left this zone at all. I'm gonna stun you before you do that, because fuck you, enemy. I used to play this game on Steam when it was free at the time. No, you have to pay for this game now. Yeah. I don't remember it ever being free though.
I mean, you can play the trial through the Steam version, so...
That's the only thing I could think of.
It's never once been free. Except obviously the trial, but that's, yeah.
Well, now you can't even play the trial.
That is also true.
It was free when it first came out? No, it wasn't.
And maybe if they initially realized when Pre-Realm Reborn it was dying, they could have made it free temporarily.
No, it wasn't free in 1.0. I fucking played 1.0.
No,
So
but what I'm saying
1.0
is that's the only
was
case that I could think of.
for a small period of time when they were like, "Oh, we fucked up." But that was like a very short window, and then they started asking you for money again. It wasn't on Steam when that happened either.
Oh no, that was like...
You had a level 100 character? Okay, yeah, right.
Are they talking about Final Fantasy
Are you
11?
sure you were playing Final Fantasy 14 and not 11? It was a time. Yeah, but the time in 1.0 where it was free wasn't long ago. What do you mean wasn't long ago? Guys, I don't think you realize I played fucking 1.0. That was like over almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm lost on what they're talking about.
Who knows?
Trolled twink. Yeah. That's a wall.
A pretty wall of ice and snow.
Have some move speed.
I didn't mean about 1.0. I'm lost by what you mean by free. It hasn't been free anytime recent. The trial was free.
And it was one hell of a trial.
But you wouldn't be able to get to level 100.
I mean, you can't even get to a level 100 now, so I'm not really...
No, it hasn't? What do you mean, no, it hasn't? No, it hasn't what? Okay. Yeah, look, I'm not playing into the troll thing.
I mean, there was a point in time, it was a couple months where it might have been longer than that. 1.0 was free while they were
Yeah, that
doing,
was right at the end when it was dead. And that's
No,
when
it
they
was
brought
actually
it.
in the middle. They started charging when they started doing like upgrades when they were preparing for 2.0.
And then they brought it down altogether, and that was it.
Yeah. There was like a couple months like between launch and when they started like when I think it was like before Yoshi P came up when they were like it was free.
Like, if you think I'm bullshitting you, I have the 1.0 mark. There you go. So thanks for playing. Okay.
I mean, I've got a lovely insurance claim from the 2011 floods, which had.
Where are you going with this?
Oh, because I actually bought the original. I bought the original FF14 back in the day.
Okay, I was like, where the fuck is Red going with this?
And also, I lost the collector's edition to Bloody Floods.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
that was sad times.
I can see footprints, so I assume.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Opposite direction. I did the opposite of what I should have been doing.
Yes, you've done this dungeon before.
Once.
Yeah. Kaz, would you like to tell us about your experience in this dungeon that you did once?
Red carried my ass.
That's what paladins do.
You know what I haven't done? I should have done that ages ago.
Yeah, you won't be able to play because you made an account outside of the trial thing and whatnot. Once you've made, there's two, so I get the feeling.
Yep, no, over there's right.
Oh wait, that to the old. Wait, no, never mind. I thought the old one stayed. If you had a made one in the trial account, you wouldn't have to worry about it. But obviously, you can't do that now anymore. No, they added. So they originally said 7 days, but due to all the errors, they gave an extra 14. Meaning 21 days all up now. So I want to come to you, but I wasn't sure if it was going to go off anytime.
Yeah, it's right.
So yeah, we get 21 free days now.
Very good.
If you can call it 21 free days, if you've even been able to log in. To me, it's been fine.
I kind of wonder how that's going to affect like people with container servers because container servers is rated weird.
Retainers extended.
Are they? Nice.
As what? Yeah, that was mentioned in the Lodestone posts.
Nice.
Too busy grinding things to keep you. The character was not trial. Yeah, I know that, and that's what I'm saying. You will have to pay because it wasn't a trial account.
But like at this rate, I'll have played for quite a time without actually buying any game time.
Red, do you want to? Okay, I'll come to you. Don't worry.
No, it was fine.
Nothing I can use. I have to play for all the game updates for all DLC for this game. That's how MMOs usually work.
Good story.
Oh yeah.
Although AR has some part in the middle that's a little slow.
Most MMOs either have a
kind of be Heaven Sword too.
Egregious systems like pay to win systems, or they have a subscription system. And yes, even the free to play ones have subscription systems. You might not think it, but they do.
let's just be for AoE. It's so broken.
No worries, Dutchy. Have a good one. If it was 900, I think I would have noticed. I'm not paying no $900 for this game. What? Why are you paying $900 for this game?
Yeah, like I recently started playing Final Fantasy and I've probably spent what 150 Australian at most. And I've got the collector's edition.
Buying like 7 years of time or something?
They bought the entire Mog Station. Paper bag.
Hey, you're right. I got a heal. Remember, I can heal myself if need be.
That is true.
So the comment of buying the entire Mog Station actually seems somewhat accurate now.
I play fantasy on Star, and that's free for a lot. Yeah, but it's also got like egregious fucking systems like loot boxes. Not that I'm saying that it's a bad choice, it's just obviously, you know.
They're just really terrible pull rates on boxes that change every month.
And honestly, with the like delays on like PSO2 updates, yeah. It's not a bad game, don't get me wrong. It's just Sega's been very slow with their updates. Hopefully that'll change. But yeah.
I'm sure it'll be a perfectly fine game in about 4 years when all the content comes out.
Yeah, but you can keep the stuff from the lots you get. You can keep the stuff from the lots that you get in this game too.
I don't think I've run across any timed items here.
I can tell you that in Final Fantasy 14, you don't have timed events that you have to wait for before you can actually do anything in game.
Okay.
Well, this is pretty obvious. Like, I'm done hating on PSO2 and or any, you know, MMOs in that general sense. But if you're trying to compare PSO2 to Final Fantasy 14, then it's a bit of a different thing altogether. Red?
Yeah, because... Yep. There we are.
Oh, yeah.
Its breath pattern is based on the mouth.
Yep. Okay.
I'm honestly remembering half these mechanics as I go. As I completely ignore one of the mechanics.
You wound me, sir.
I kind of just saved my own ass there.
It's a lot of fire things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, which ones? Okay, here's center.
Go ahead.
Oh god, he turned. Why did he turn around?
Wait. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Why did you run out of that?
Around? He turned around. I thought he was going to do his breath. On my screen, he snapped around completely and just like turned away. I was like, what?
It did on mine too.
I had problems with the game I pay for and lots of stuff on other games. What I got from boss fights, and I never keep them. So when you pay for a game, they are pay to win. What?
What?
That is
Ah,
some sort of logic at this side.
how I did not get hit by that first one, I do not know.
Game free, not pay to win. Yeah, sorry to tell you, but fuck it.
Ooh,
What?
Most pay-to-win games are free.
What?
That's where they get you.
It super is.
Oh, that's a lot of I need. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, he moved again.
Okay. Yep. This side. Guys.
Yeah.
And that still hit me.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, were you trying to dodge it? I think you can.
I
Not
lots
sure if you
over
can, though.
MS I got in the game, and I lots of them all. What?
I'm assuming English is not their primary language.
I
so
know, but I'm
think
trying to
you
figure out
mean
what MS is.
Meseta?
Microsoft.
Maple Story?
Well, I mean, if they're playing PSO2, isn't the currency Meseta?
No. I think they're talking about other games.
Other games? What is MS? Maple
I
Story,
lost over 900 items on the game, and I lost them all. What game, though?
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Maple syrup. Are you talking about? Was MS the game that you're talking about, or are you talking about another game?
I've just lost track of the conversation, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a little lost, too, honestly.
Most free-to-play games are. Dude, you haven't lost your items though. They're there. You just pay a subscription.
No. He fell over in game and then spontaneously pressed the button to keep on dumping things out of his inventory.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, that's the only explanation I can think of at this point.
He's talking about all the belts they found.
Oh.
Oof. Whee.
I mean, I guess if you're looking at it that you need to pay to keep accessing, if you don't pay, you don't have access to them, so you've lost the item.
I mean, you
But
haven't
it's not
lost
like they delete your account.
your character
like,
and
just-
everything is still there.
Oh.
You just have to pay a subscription, just like if you played World of Warcraft. You didn't lose those items.
I mean, if you never pay the sub again, I guess you wrote them off, but that's not losing them, that's making a conscious choice.
You literally said the character's still there.
I mean, I guess if someone hacked your account and took your stuff and sold it. But,
I'd pay
that's
more money on a
different
game for more sub stuff. Dude, you said you didn't even pay for the game. Oh, jeez. I can't even. It's hilarious.
Told you, the box store. Whee.
Well, I mean, if they said they played the game when it was free, that would have been 1.0, and most of that transferred over, so it's like you didn't even lose that. Like, even the stuff that you can't get in the game anymore is still in the inventory.
I don't think it's belts or Keto. He's just talking about how he doesn't even want to pay for a sub, but he's complaining that he's lost his stuff for a game that was never truly free to play. It never has been truly free to play, and it never will be truly free to play anytime soon. I hate to break it to anyone that might have been thinking, you know, I can play Final Fantasy 14 and never pay for a sub. The poor guy. But tell me this, how much have you paid on costumes on PSO2? I mean, maybe you play for free, but have you paid for a premium subscription in that game, or have you paid for a costume?
God, the way they lock that inventory, you have to.
Because I can tell you right now, most people pay for costumes in that game, and they probably pay more than a year's worth of subscription for this game for those costumes. Again, I'm not, you know, downing your way of playing. I'm trying to give you insight on, you know, there's a difference in game types. You can't compare PSO2 to, you know, Final Fantasy 14. I don't know why I just skipped that. Like I said, a lot of free-to-play games are pay to win. This one isn't pay to win. You can't pay for a boost to your game that puts you ahead of anyone else. I mean, you can buy a boost character if you really want, but it's not going to make a difference. You're still going to have to go through a story.
You can pay to boost your character, but it certainly won't make you win. The stats quit.
Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Yeah. Exactly, it doesn't get you ahead of anyone. You get to level 80 now, but you don't unlock anything. You have to get the story skip for that. I'm gonna put Shake It Off. Probably. Okay.
Oh. This one. Yep. Yep. Here.
Whoops. That hurt.
Oh yeah, that wall hurts a lot.
That's alright, Raiden. Make sure you don't overlap.
Okay.
Oh wait, it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh wait, it initially hits you and then it goes for a second hit.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I've never seen a boss with an interrupt for a while. I think he left. I think we made him upset.
Yeah.
But admittedly, it's kind of a silly argument. Oh fuck, okay. Are these gonna go in order, I'm assuming?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Order of appearance.
This is very much like our good friend Metal Fox from Bojan.
Ow.
Ow.
I misaligned that one.
I know someone who pays to win in Final Fantasy. He gave this guy his account.
How did you manage that one?
I was trying to pop my heels and it didn't go off in time.
Well, that's gonna hurt us.
Yeah, considering I also died.
I don't know if we can do this, just so you know. But as Paladin, we might stand more of a chance.
I'm up for trying, are you?
Okay.
Well, this was about the point where the healer and Kaz died when I was Paladin, and...
I was the healer.
Yeah, Kaz was the healer, that's right.
Do you have a way of healing yourself?
A little bit.
Oh, this sucks. Let me try and shield us. Okay. So nice of him to give us time to get my cooldowns back up.
He's a very considerate bad guy.
Only Red and I died because she. All good.
Yeah, I miscalculated one of the things and just went
Don't
fuck.
think so.
I was gonna say for
this is surprisingly going well.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt me though. I don't have enough heals anymore.
Streams of ether. Surge is one.
I got you a heal.
Thank you. Where is that?
Okay, this thing again.
yeah.
Tanks can definitely do well, especially in late game.
Paladin is the best survivor. Yeah, that Warriors is off the chart now.
Yeah, right now I am trying to at least get my Paladin to level 80. I'm close on that regard.
I think I actually think a Dark Knight might be the actually least survivable tank in. I could be wrong about that.
Still real good though.
But I don't think it compares like in survivability as compared to like Paladin heal and Warriors heal.
What is my order turning to again?
Warrior.
Warrior. That's currently my lowest level tank.
Dark Knight's a tank that I never really got too into.
I think I can help him master the meteor.
Let me throw that down for you. Okay. While he gives me time, I can heal.
Got this.
Yeah, I'll be after this.
You want to move to the other side of me?
I know.
Yeah, no, they know.
Hell yeah. Oh man, Warrior feels so fucking good. I feel like an absolute fucking badass.
Considering you lost half your DPS and still got through a third of it.
No, they got through 46% of that health, just the two of them.
Oh, that felt so good. That felt like the time that I basically soloed the first boss in Amaranth as a paladin because everyone else died.
Oh.
And it felt like an absolute badass moment to do it. Oh, I leveled. Yeah, and I just got... I got an ability, and I think it was my charge has 3... Yes. Nice. Ow.
Ooh, a new cane. I'll take that.
That's a shame.
What is that?
I don't like that inside I got.
That armor looks pretty cool. But...
Oh, the striking chest? Yeah, it's nice.
And then 2 manning it. I do wonder how I would have gone, like, soloing it. I think it would have been possible. It would have taken a good long time, though.
Yeah.
You might have hit quite a few other mechanics.
Nah, that's pretty much the extent of it. So, but no, look, as a tank,
I didn't realize Meteon was back here.
Yeah, didn't you know that? Yeah, because this is where I think the first time I went through this, I had a Catgirl twins, and they were taking G poses with Meteon here.
Hey, it's good. How you going?
I mean, no surprise there.
Damn, 88. 88, 2 levels to go, and I've like maxed out my warrior. But 2 levels to go with story 2. Oh, well, I'm still on 87, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried.
You've got a bit to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Especially the last quest.
Oh my
All
god,
right.
that last quest is forever. Oh,
Okay, jumping out of voice. Thank you guys for jumping in and helping.
Enjoy the cutscenes.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Oh, felt like a real badass there.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody.
24/7 badass.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a
Oh, no.
world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. to this song of anguish. I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris.
Hey, man.
Rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
Yuck.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who were you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
Ah, shit.
If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination.
Boy, I'll kick your ass now.
In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert
Hey,
his
Azalea.
demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Let me break out of it. I just gotta press all my buttons at once, right? Usually how it happens.
Go, Mitu. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
Throw your face on the keyboard.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here.
It could have broke me out too, for now.
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
Random Shot, thank you for the raid. How's your stream? How you going?
Our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact.
Let me get you a shout out.
Now then, where is it?
Fallout 76. Oh no. How was it? And how are you going, by the way? It was fun. Played some Halo Infinite and Fallout 76. I've heard a lot of good things about Halo Infinite's story. Just grab her foot and fucking toss her back to Earth. All good.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
It's on Game Pass. Oh.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company,
Acclaimed MMORPG no longer has a free trial.
Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azek. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
If only Argos had a split into two more, and then we could have taken Lobeus and Emmett. Have you heard of WoW? I heard this. I know, right? I heard the servers are like no congestion whatsoever.
Can it be true?
Yeah, but then you'd have to play WoW. True.
Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Probably. Badlands is fun. Yeah. There's only one zone I liked in it, and then it was just like, I didn't like the characters. Oh, thank you, Lapis. I appreciate it. Hey, how you going, Thawa? Welcome as well. Oh, the Watcher. Sorry, I don't know why it's hard to notice it when it's like in chat like that, but the moment it's in like my activity feed, I'm like, oh wait, that says the Watcher. I'm dumb. Lapis, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. I don't know. I didn't like what they did with the classes in World of Warcraft when I tried. It just felt fucking crap.
I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go.
Oh, yes.
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, It will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Can you tell Lizard to revive? As if they're gonna do that. What became of the others, I wonder? So what now?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Catisis Hyperborea, where they should still be.
Blizzard don't give a fuck about any other game. Actually, Blizzard don't give a fuck about any game.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
Unless they bring out a character and here's a storm called Cosby, and what he does is he has 4 moves, right? One is he basically heals himself by drinking breast milk. Another one is an arse grab, which is a normal damage dealing ability. But his ultimate, now get this, his ultimate is shredding documents. His ultimate, he shreds lawsuits and deals damage with the shredded pieces of paper.
I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
I'm just wait for it. Here's the Storm is gonna have a character. He's gonna be Cosby. And he comes with his own mount, by the way, guys. It's just a female Blizzard worker, which he rides into battle. Drinks like breast milk to heal. Has grab ask as a, it's more of a CC when you think about it. And then obviously his special is he shreds paper and like as it shreds through on the screen, it wavers all over the screen. And if you get hit by it, you take damage. And it's got like written on it, Blizzard lawsuit. Mm. Hi Lulu in advance. Oh, don't.
In our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
The mount doesn't sound right? What do you mean the mount doesn't sound right? It sounds exactly like... He also has a passive, a passive that does more damage to female enemies. The worst of all is his utility skill. It's called text message. So anywhere on the map, if there's a female unit in the brush hidden, he sends a dick pic to them and they make a noise, therefore notifying, you know, where all the enemy females are in the bushes and stuff like that. But they're no longer bushes because that would be offensive. So they're now fruit bowls. What are his accessories? Good question. I mean, breast pump is one. No, don't you get it? Aisha, he sends dick pic to Ophir, and then he gets a lawsuit. He gets another stack to his ultimate. So then he gets to use his ultimate twice.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests.
Yeah, alt reset by using on Ophir.
But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
It's all just a dream.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
I'm happy that I uninstalled all games and the Blizzard client almost 3 years ago. And they've kind of done themselves in, I think. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertion were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he will create more Endwalkers. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated. In his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Van Daniel. All right. Himiko, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Silk and Hythlobaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Properplion. We're leaving. I don't want to leave this place. I don't like this place. Okay. Probably time for me to go home. Probably time for me to go home. Wait, am I? I'm just over there. I love this place. It's sad to see the end of it. Elpis is such a great place. And I can't even imagine what the final zone is. Seeing that, as I have no clue anymore. Like, this is how my thoughts went with it all. The moon was going to be the final zone. Elpis, I remember when they showed the artwork of Elpis, I was like, oh, I don't know what that zone is, but I don't think it's going to be that important. But they never named it, and I really should have thought on that. But oh well. Raiden, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream, by the way, again. I was like, oh, no, there's no way that floating island place is going to be that important. But somewhere in my dumb brain, it didn't click to me that there must be a reason they don't want to name it. Hey, Earth, how you going? So, I'm still wondering what it's going to be, and I'm excited to see it. Because when I first arrived here, I realized this was a floating city place that whole time, or the floating island place that whole time, and I was fucking blown away. This place has been the best place in the entire game so far. So far. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vanat, several cutscenes will play. Right, off we go. Long cutscene.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
I don't want to go. Perhaps I should stay and help. This can be my new world. Damn it.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs.
Oh, fuck the present. This place is pretty.
Final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
It's a very long game we must now play. Vinat, you're too late. You're late. Yoshi P is no longer accepting new plays. Nope, you can't even buy the game anymore. Unless you've already got the game.
Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
Yeah, that's how bad it's gotten with the issues.
Regardless of how we proceed,
Terra Dreams, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
What does Steam say? I don't think you'll be able to buy it on Steam either.
And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
You can't create a new... Yeah, you can't create a new account. Even if you went and bought it on shady websites, you can't make a new account. So it's pretty much done for until new servers, by the looks of it.
Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
Yeah, it's in full lockdown right now.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls.
It feels like I'm part of an elite club of Final Fantasy players now. It's alright, guys, look. There's an easy solution if you want to play the game. Do you want to know how to play the game? If you want to get into the game, I can tell you. It's a one-time only though. There's still a way to get into the game. If you want to play Final Fantasy 14 so badly, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Okay. You need to go onto Twitter. You need to go to Quinn69's page and message him. And you say, hey Quinn, I heard you don't like Final Fantasy 14. Can I have your account? And he'll say, fuck it, you can have it. And there you go. You've got yourself a Final Fantasy 14 account. See, there's still a way to play this game.
Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us.
Yeah, if any of you can convince Quinn to give you...
To be very different. Or perhaps the erasure the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
Okay, May, this is how you do it. You message him and you say, "Hey Quinn, is it true that Final Fantasy 14 is really bad? Can I borrow your account and see what it's like?" And he'll be like, "Oh yeah, sure. Like you can see how bad it is. Here, play my account. I even boosted a character so you can try it." Jeez. And if you really want to get the account, you go, "Oh yeah, man, I heard Final Fantasy 14 is full of really bad community people. You can I just check it out and see how bad the community is?" And he'll be like, "Yeah, man." No.
And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow.
What do you mean, Kaz? We're all fucking assholes here.
Found the strength to stand against despair?
And Kaz, didn't you know we're an absolute shit community and the game's pay to win? It used to be free though. It's pay to win though. It locked out my 900 items and I don't want to pay $900 for this game. This game sucks. I have to pay $900 just to play it. And if I don't, my items are gone. They're lost forever. I'd rather play PSO2.
We shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
Exactly. No free-to-play games are pay to win. That's bullshit. This game's pay to win though.
Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Have you heard about the PSO2 drama? Oh no, what's the PSO2 drama? What could possibly be going wrong with PSO2? It's in such a good spot. Yeah, Elon Musk loves 14. It's just easy for him. It's just so easy for him. Hi, my name is Elon Musk and this is my favorite game on the website. Funny. Right, so I'm invested in this, but this is all drama, but it still hurts. I'm curious now. Guys, fuck this game. Fortnite should have won Best Ongoing Community. Or Best Ongoing Game.
I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Popcorn time. And I'll read it in a sec. I think we're about to get like something important. That's the final days.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were.
Oh, that's the voice from the fucking trailer.
Paradise we once had.
I thought it was Fan Daniel.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion.
I thought it
Let us
was...
not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
I honestly thought it was Fan Daniel when I saw it in the trailer. It's like, it sounds so like him.
We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
That's another line from the trailer. Hey, Nitsun. How you going?
Will not, for there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness.
A lot of the redeems are broken anyway.
Without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear
offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
Handsome Cowboy, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. and amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Holy shit.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Damn, wow. That was a fucking lot. Okay, well. Guess we're going back here. But it is 4 a.m, so I have to stop to get some sleep, and I kind of don't want to. Dude, how is... Damn. Oh yeah, PSO2 drama, let me... Did they try it? Wait. One of the community managers who turned out to be not a community manager but posed as one was found out to be a 4chaner, even advertised itself as a 4chaner in 4chan and in-game. So they tried to ban notorious 4chaners due to hate speech. One of them being just a guy who would log in and do CM content only. And they faked being banned from a notable Discord server just to victimize themselves, and in fact this person got compliments, then claimed those compliments were hate speech. What the fuck, dude? Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Let me go. Oh wait, it doesn't matter where I log off. I didn't find any lucky buns tonight. I need to go dirt on one. Oh, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. You can have the dirt. You're the lucky bun for the night. There we go. Oh wait. This one's pretty good too. Damn. You're getting a dirt too. Yeah, I always do the dirts on the lucky bun every main story quest. As we do. I like the Arcanist level 90 set. On he's going. On male buns, it's so good. As long as the male bun looks good, you can't just throw on anything. Wait, I just realized her name was Tia Grant. Well, I'm upset more so. Tales of Abyss reference. It feels uncreative. It feels so uncreative. Looks like a really lucky one. Bun, just wait. Wait, where did that bun go anyway? The one in that Machina set. I've definitely lost him by the looks of it. Definitely lost him. That's unfortunate because I wanted to look more at that set. Such a good set. Why? Just why? Just why? We get Fem... No, we're not going to get Fem Roths. We'll get Fem Roth's next expansion. I doubt they're going to do female Hrothgars in 6.1. They've got enough issues on their hands. They're not gonna, there's no way in hell they're going to try and fit that into 6.1. They got servers to get up and shit to fix before they even bother with Fem Hrothgars anytime soon. I'm not hating on them female Hrothgars. I want to see what they look like, but that ain't gonna happen this expansion. They're bringing out male Hrothgar hairstyles in 6.1, but yeah, it's gonna be a while before we see anything addition in race wise. I still 6 new hairstyles for the races, and 5 of those hairstyles were aesthetic scrolls. It's a little sad, but I was expecting a little more for it. Just male Hrothgars with chest bumps. Oof. Yeah, they added new female VR hairstyles. It was only 6 of the plethora of them. One of them is a normal hairstyle. The others were ones that you have to get from the scroll. Eye buns. This one can have it too. Anyway, back to it. I need to change my outfit too. As much as I'd love to wear this, I don't want anyone to see it because I feel like it would upset someone and ruin their game. It didn't ruin mine, but I got excited when I saw it, knowing that it was going to come up. I need to get the Eureka set at some point. That looks cool. Yeah, that's a Eureka. That's a Eureka tank set. It's glowy on the inside. It's one of those, it's hard to get set right now, but it's a really cool set. Ascian size. Can you imagine walking around here as Ascian sized and everyone's like, what the fuck? It feels weird after coming back from Just that momentous moment. You guys should be doing Eureka grinds on your own time. You don't need me to handhold the whole fucking time, do you? Jeez. I'm sure we'll do something at some point. I don't like this dancer outfit, no matter what I like, no matter what. I feel like the male dancer set was much better. I think they should have done like the male set for the all. I don't know. Eureka's gonna be real fucking dead at the moment. It's a very green. Oh, never mind. They're gone. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Some PS together. What we normally did was each week. Sadie, do you just like standing out with your fucking chainsaw scythe next to me? Like I can change to a new class too and stand and pose next to people. There we go. There we go. I like move right up close to people too. Like, let's see. This bun over here. Fuck, they all run away from me. Like this bun here. Let's just stand right next in front of him. There we go. Just uncomfortably close to him. And they just... they always run away. They always run away. Okay, this one. Here we go. Just stand real uncomfortably close. So... I feel like this is a spoiler, and I probably shouldn't see that. Hide behind the bun butt. Are the buns tall or are you short? Why am I getting in people's face like that? Because why? Fucking hell. I'm probably not going to do that actually because since I don't want to get banned. I just saying. And now pot plant. That's fine. Hey, Naisha, I saw you. You slapped that bun in the face of the book. Yes, shower me with coins that I can't use. This is so uncreative. This outfit here, this is uncreative. This is just levels of uncreativeness. I accept my touch. I love glamour, but this is just hey, it's not even dyed. I think there's a ninja arms though. No, they're not. Reaper arm guard? Wait, really? Oh, I guess they are, yeah. You better smart it on their end? Yeah, probably. Okay. Okay. She's having fun right now. Oh. You guys are bad. Leave the cat girl alone. She's... you know what? I don't have anything for that. I'm sure she's having fun in her own way. Okay, let's see. Oh dear, yawning. I'm looking at who to raid. I'm looking at who to raid. Kin's doing post main story quests. I don't know what they're doing though. That's what worries me. I don't want to. I'm gonna risk and have a little quick peek and see what Kin's doing. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly turn off. I don't know what they're doing, but I instantly saw things that I've never seen before. So we're not gonna go there. Fuck, everyone that's playing Final Fantasy 14 is playing. Everyone that's playing Final Fantasy 14 is playing Final main story quest. Serenade from my stream team is doing Final Fantasy, but is speed running. Wait. Alt main story quest speed run number 2. Not ending stream until it's done. They're doing Shadowbringers. Okay, I can do that. Okay, sorry, I was looking away. Yeah, they're in Shadowbringers, so I can raid over that. I can raid over that. I was gonna suggest Kin, but I think they're doing 24-man raids, nothing major. I just went to Kin's stream. Kin was doing something. Wait. Kin's doing a line. I haven't spoiled. Wait, really? I just went to Kin's stream and I saw something that I hadn't seen before. Oh, that is... Man, what am I, dumb? Oh, you know why I don't know what this dungeon is half the time? Is because it never fucking happens, ever. Every time I sign up for a raid, I get fucking Crystal Tower. I wouldn't know what those raids are because all I ever see is Cypress. Crystal Tower doesn't suck, but I'm sick of doing Crystal Tower. Like, it just feels like, you know, right. What are we gonna do in like, hang on. Oh no, I was gonna sign up for the I was gonna sign up for the Alliance raid and see what I got and then leave, but I'm like, no, don't condone that. Don't condone that. Anyway, all I ever get is Labyrinth or Cypress, and that's all I ever get. Okay, so let's hit my my team member Serenea. I don't get to raid a lot of my team members lately because all of them have been playing Final Fantasy 14 since we're all Final Fantasy 14 streamers. So, and Serenea is only doing Shadowbringers, so it's fine. I am below you to the right if you want to check. Is that you? You're Bloom Lem. Bloom Lem, yellow eyes. Steampunk sort of... I do like this set. Wait, what is that top? Scalec. Oh, shit. I thought it was all part of the same set, at least these two pieces. I still saw it. Oh, wow. That's a really good set put together. It's a pretty good set. Yeah, and I hate this whole, oh, we gotta do that because it's the quickest. I don't give a fuck how quick it is. I'm sick of doing it. I'm sick of fucking doing it. I like a bit of difference in my my alliance raids. Like, I don't think I'll even see near raids ever. I barely even see what's it called? The what's it called raids? The Stormblood ones that no one really gives a damn about. And for good reason. There's only one good one in that one. And that was I don't even remember what it was called. That's how much. Let's see. It was called Auburn wait, was it Auburn Monastery? I think that was the only one I liked in that series. Rest can go burn in a fucking pit of fire. I love the Heavensward ones. I love Weeping City of Mark though the most. I would love to do Weeping City of Mark every day, any day. Never bothered me. But I honestly don't think we're gonna see any of these near raids ever. Woman in relaxes, that's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. Okay. Let's raid off now. Thank you guys for being here. Let me jump out of game onto the screen. Need a mark minion. One day I'll do just mark runs. I need to get stuff from there anyway. I still need to get stuff from the near raids. Good luck on fucking ever getting that, but whatever. But yeah. So I will be back streaming on Sunday, doing more of this. I won't be doing as long because I unfortunately have to be up early on Monday, but I will be doing a stream nonetheless. And tomorrow night we'll be watching The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. So if anyone is interested in watching that movie, I will have that up on Discord. So if you jump in Discord, there we go. If you jump in Discord, there is a movie roll in the roll selection, and it will notify you when the movie goes live, or 10 minutes before the movie goes live. So if anyone's interested in joining for movie night, it's there. We do anime nights, and yeah. Sometimes we do some other shit in Discord every now and then. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the follows, subs, donations, host raids, biddies, and for being here in general, guys. We're getting closer to the end of Endwalker, which is exciting, but also sad because I almost don't want the story to end. It's been so good. It's been so fucking good. So if you guys could stick around and show Serenea some love as he... I don't know what he's actually doing. He's just doing duty roulets. I thought he was going through Shadowbringer's story. So I'm not quite sure what he's burning through. Anyway, stick around, show some love, and I will see you guys on Sunday. Anyway, guys, take care. Laters.